But he could go. He could go. That's the one that escaped.
Yeah,
Went outside the smoke.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to stay there.
Yeah.
Okay, testing, testing. Okay, it looks good. Freddie, I see that you're in the room, so if you need anything, just hit the chat button. Okay, I believe we are ready to go. How is everybody today?
Good in yourself.
Good, very good. We are making a few changes. I got a new computer, so hopefully we won't have that lag that we had when I was previously streaming. So we'll see how that works. And I ordered a automatic thing for my camera where it's going to follow me around the room. So you'll be able to actually, yeah. Well, you're still employed today. So we're making some changes just to make it a little bit easier for you guys when you're watching the replays or if you have to remote in. Trying to get it all set up. There's a lot to go over. The stand is here. It's right there, and the TV is in the closet. So Sunday, we're going to put it all together. So next week, you'll have a TV here instead of the screen. So yeah, we're all set. We just got to get it put together. So we're getting there. So when I came up with this idea about a month ago, we put all this, the last classes didn't have any of this. So all I had was a laptop that, sat there that I zoomed from that. But it was always like a side view and I never moved it. So you couldn't see anything else. It wasn't optimal. So I came up with this idea and I found a tech guy and said, okay, this is my vision. Can you make it happen? So we're putting cameras above the beds. So like when I'm demonstrating a skill, I'll actually on the TV put that camera feed so you can see it from where you're sitting, but you can also look at the screen and see the top down as well. So I'm like, I've got this vision. And he says, we can do that. We can. That's cool. So, we ordered all the stuff. I put it, he helped put it all together. And then now I have to learn it, learn how to use it all. So we're getting there. Just kind of bear with me. It's a whole lot of stuff. And now I'm on Mac. I've never had a Mac before, so this is all brand new to me. So I'm learning a new platform as well. It's like, So anybody have any questions about what we learned on Monday? I know blood pressure is probably right at the front of your brain because that's the hardest skill that we learn on Monday, but we did learn some others as well. But did anybody practice blood pressure? Anybody practice blood pressure? Are you starting to feel a little more comfortable with it? Like when I first started learning blood pressure, I was like, I need one more hand. I just don't have enough hands to do all this, right? After you do it a few times, you start to develop a system, a routine to make it a little bit easier. So you should be feeling, like two hands are enough. But now you got to dial in the sounds and get, what number the needle is on when you hear those sounds. And that just takes some practice. Focus, yeah.
I get the first.
Yep. Yeah, where did it end? Yeah, focusing is it can be a difficult part of this for sure. Okay. Did you guys read chapter 4 in your blue book and take the test in the white book? It would be on page 135. Yeah, page 135. Let me go ahead and get those scores because I always forget to do this. Jashini? You missed one. Do you have 2 and 3 for me?
The two I have test and the one for will test.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Paulette?
On chapter 4, I got 3 wrong.
Okay, do you have 2 and 3 for me as well?
2, I had 1,
Okay,
and 3, I had 1 too.
thank you. Ty?
I missed 3.
Thank you. Ty, do you have chapter 1 for me? Somehow I've missed that. Thank you. Jordan? Brianna? Thank you. Lauren? Thank you. Ashanti? Freddie, if you can type in the chat, how many you missed? Savannah? Okay, do you have 2 and 3 for me as well? Oh, very good. Daniela? Thank you. Donald?
3,
Thank you. Do you have 2 and 3 for me?
1 for 2.
Thank you. Tracy?
First time, I took it twice.
Okay,
First time I missed 5,
okay,
second time I missed 2.
okay,
It was
okay.
a little harder.
Yeah, it was. We're going to talk about that in 1 second. Brittany? Thank you. Brittany, do you have 1, 2, and 3?
One, I missed 3.
Okay,
Chapter 2, I missed 2.
thank you.
And
Thank you. Okay, so this one was probably a little bit harder. Thank you, Freddie. This was probably a little bit harder for you because it was a little more technical. You know, all these body systems and all the diseases that go with the body systems and all the changes of aging for the body system. It's a little bit more complex. Are there any questions in particular that you struggled with? Anything that you don't understand why you got it wrong? I don't care if you get it wrong. That's not a big deal to me. But I do want you to understand why you got it wrong so that you learn the materials so that on the state exam, you know how to answer these questions. But I'm going to tell you that the state exam isn't going to ask questions like this. They're not going to say the integumentary system makes up, what organs make up the integumentary system. That's not what they're going to ask. They would say something like, you're caring for a female patient in her 90s. What is an expected sign of aging that could affect your care regarding her skin? And there's going to be multiple choices. So for the test, they're not testing your knowledge, of the body systems, what they do, what they're made of. All the test questions are always focusing you back on the patient. They're scenario based. They're going to ask you, what are you going to do when? So they give you these scenarios and you have to have that knowledge to be able to answer those questions. So the integumentary system is skin, hair, and nails. We don't care. We really don't care, right? But what I do want you to know is that as we age, the skin becomes drier, much more fragile, more likely to tear. It's kind of like working with tissue paper, it's like really, really thin. So what are some things that we would want to do if we're dealing with an older individual with very thin, fragile skin? Okay, so lotion will probably be on the care plan, making sure that it stays hydrated. What about moving the patient? Do you think that we are going to want to be extra careful moving the patient? Skin tears. We might want to make sure that their position gets changed frequently, so we don't have a lot of pressure on any one area of the skin. Hydration is going to be a big one. Do you know what? Okay, So let me explain something really quick, because this is kind of an important topic. Your body, all these systems in your body, they age as you do. Now, we don't really think about that. You don't think about somebody walking around with 70-year-old lungs, right? You don't think in those terms. You just see the person, 70-year-old person, but those lungs are 70 years old. That brain is 70 years old, right? So when we're born, everything's bright, shiny, new, working tip-top shape. We're a brand new factory. So let's talk about the brain for a second. The brain is a memory-making factory. That's what it does, right? It runs all the body systems, but it also makes memories. That's its main job. Now, if I invented, let's say I invented this thing, right? And I want to have it mass produced so I can sell it. And I go looking at factories, like I'm going to go buy a factory to produce this thing, right? So I go to a factory that's brand new, state of the art. Everything's ultra computerized. It's super efficient, super fast. And the things it makes are good, high quality. I like that factory, don't I? Now, the next factory I go tour is 70 years old, right? The gears are rusted, there's springs missing. It only works part of the time. And when it does produce these things, some of them aren't quite fit for, selling. So which factory am I going to want to buy? The new one, right? Because it's more efficient, it works much better, everything is still kind of new. It's a much better factory for what I need. I probably can afford the old one better, but the new one is much more efficient, right? Well, if your brain is a memory making factory, the memories that your brain makes when it's younger are going to be better quality. They're going to stick around for a very long time. The memories that your brain makes when you're 70, however, are being made with a 70-year-old factory. That factory may not be working today. And if it is working, it may not produce the best quality memories because the gears are a little rusty, right? So this is why your older patients can often remember what they wore to a piano recital when they were 12, but they have no idea if they had lunch today. No clue. That's because the brain that has to make that lunch memory is totally offline today. It's like, nope, not working, not going to do it. So it helps us, if we understand that, to learn how to work with our dementia patients, specifically because their brains may not be working properly today. Yours are, because you still have a new factory, relatively speaking, right? Still works. So you're not going to be able to really understand where the patient is coming from because you've never experienced that. So it's kind of important to have that awareness, understanding. But the brain isn't the only factory in our body that ages. So does the pancreas. Now, the pancreas actually is important to help metabolize carbohydrates. So when you eat a carb, now carbs get a really bad rap in our society. They're not bad. Carbs are not bad. They're not bad for you. They're actually very good for you. Carbs in excess are bad. That's where we get it wrong. But carbs themselves are good. They provide the energy that your cells need. That's like saying, okay, I drive a car. The car needs gas, but gas is bad. Okay, your body has cells. The cells run on sugar that the carbs make. Carbs are not bad. Now, if I pour gasoline all over my car, that's bad. It's in excess. Got it? Well, unfortunately, our American diet is very carb excessive. And we start when we're like super small. You get up 2-3 years old, get up in the morning, like 5:30, 6 o'clock. Mom is not ready to get out of bed yet. No. Mom says, go grab a Pop-Tart. turn on TV. I'm going to lay here on the couch and try not to die, right? So the kid eats a Pop-Tart, watches some Bluey or whatever's on TV, and mom gets up around 7:30 and fixes a bowl of cereal, a proper breakfast for the child. But children don't eat all bran, do they? What do they eat? Oh yeah, Captain Crunch, Fruity Pebbles, Lucky Charms. It's got to taste good. Otherwise your kid's not going to eat it. And those are all carbs. So our Pop-Tarts were carbs. Our cereal are carbs. And like I said, carbs aren't bad because when you take in carbs, your body breaks it down into sugar, sends a signal to the pancreas, hey, we need some insulin. The pancreas makes insulin. The carbs go into the blood, or the sugar goes into the bloodstream, the insulin goes into the bloodstream, and now we're able to use it. So let me explain to you how this works. So your cells need the sugar that you took in from those carbs. They need it. Every cell in your body, that's their fuel. Okay. So the sugar can't get into the cell by itself, though. It doesn't work that way. The cell is closed, just like we have a door to this classroom. The classroom is closed. Somebody has to open the door to be able to come in or go out, right? So there's a doorway. Well, insulin is the key that unlocks the door. So if you take in carbs, it breaks down into sugar, sugar goes into your bloodstream, and you have no keys, the cells don't get fed. And what do you think happens when your cells don't get fed? What happens to you when you don't get fed?
I'm a different human.
Yeah.
I get angry.
No, you're actually right on track. We've heard the term hangry, right? Hungry, angry, hangry. Well, that's what happens to your cells. They're like, dude, I need to be fed here. So your brain has to respond to that. So your brain will do one of two things. Your brain will look in storage unit and say, hey, do we have any excess sugar laying around here that we can give the cells to eat? No? Well, then I'm going to trigger a craving. Okay. And this is why your diabetics get cravings for sugar, which we'll talk about in a minute. But we eat carbs, they break down into sugar, go into the bloodstream, and they have to have a key to get into the cell to be used. Insulin is the key. So you eat carbs, breaks down into sugar. The brain says, pancreas, I need keys. Pancreas produces insulin. Insulin unlocks a cell. The sugar goes in. Everybody's happy. But what happens with the American diet is this never stops. The pancreas is always having to produce keys nonstop because we had our Pop-Tarts in the morning and then our sugar cereal for breakfast. Then we have a mid-morning snack that's probably fruit because mom's a good mom, right? She gives kid fruit, but fruit are carbs. It breaks down into sugar, which means the pancreas has to produce insulin, right? So lunchtime comes around, we have the toddler staple of chicken nuggets and macaroni and cheese, and those are carbs, a little protein in there, but mostly carbs because, you know, the chicken nuggets are breaded and we have to have a dipping sauce, probably ketchup, carbs, right? So the pancreas is constantly producing. Then we have an afternoon snack, probably a Little Debbie something. And then we have dinner, which is probably spaghetti, which are carbs, right? And then every child has to have dessert before they go to bed. And that's something sweet, which are carbs. Do you guys see this? So this starts at a very, very, very young age. And our bodies are programmed to expect carbohydrates on a regular basis. Now, whatever you don't use with carbohydrate, it's not like, how do I put it? It's not like vitamins. Like if you take in too many vitamins, if you take a multivitamin and you don't use it all, your body's going to pee out what it doesn't need, except for a few, but most water soluble vitamins, your body will pee out what it doesn't use. Carbs aren't like that though. We can't pee out excess sugar. So you either have to use it with your cells or we have to store it. Those are our only two options here. We can't get rid of it. So when you take in extra carbs, if your cells aren't burning those carbs, aren't using that sugar, then we basically get some storage units and store the excess sugar in our storage units. And those are called fat cells. That's what your fat cells do. They store carbs that you did not use for later. Well, that's great, except that those carbs aren't going to like last forever in there. They're taking up valuable space, but there's a shelf life on them. So imagine for a second going to the store and seeing a great sale on milk. It's like 25 cents a gallon, right? I mean, milk right now is like $4 a gallon, right? You see milk for 25 cents a gallon. You think, oh my gosh, that's a great deal. And you get a whole grocery cart full of milk. Is it really a great deal if you can't use it all? Okay, that's what happens here. Our body stores all of this excess sugar in our fat cells, but it's going to expire before we can actively use it. So now that expired sugar is just sitting in the cells. We can't do anything with it. It's now stuck. We can't use it. We can't get rid of it. It's just taking up valuable real estate. But we just keep eating carbs, don't we? We keep eating, keep eating, keep eating. We still have excess, so we still stuff more. Now we got to have more storage units. We're out of room. More storage units. Okay. If we get into a situation where maybe we don't have enough carbs on board that day, we'll unpack some of those storage units and use some of that stored energy. But that's very rare. It's very rare. So you're starting to see how this can set up a chain of events that throughout our life lead to an overworked pancreas, fat cells that are really not helpful because the sugar stored in them can no longer be used, right? Starting to see that that's a problem. Well, over time, the pancreas is eventually going to say, you know what? I've had it. You have overworked me. You've not given me any respect around here. I want a divorce. And the pancreas shuts down. Well, we just keep eating carbs because that's what we're used to doing. That is our diet. And we don't have a pancreas to clean up after us. So that sugar just starts building. No more room in the fat cells. No place to store this. So that sugar, remember, you can't pee it out. That sugar just goes round and round and round and round and round and round and round. So there's no place to put it. So it stays in our bloodstream, and this elevates our blood sugar. Now, if you've ever seen a cupcake or a cake that's left out on the counter for a couple of days with frosting, have you ever noticed the frosting gets a little bit crystallized and a little oily, right? It's like that kind of separates a little bit, oily and crystals. Well, those crystals are exactly what sugar looks like in your bloodstream. So for a visual, these are crystals. These are real crystals. Do you see how jagged those are? That's what's inside your bloodstream when you're diabetic. Nowhere for it to go. We can't get it into the cells because the pancreas left, shut down. We can't store it in the fat cells anymore because they're full. So this stuff right here circulates in your bloodstream. Now, over time, because of gravity, it's going to coat the inside of your arteries. It just kind of settles on the arteries. And because it's stiff, now your arteries can't expand and contract. Remember blood pressure? When we turned the water on, the hose expanded. Turn the water off, the hose relaxed. Well, now your arteries can't do that because they're coated with this sticky, stiff stuff, right? You with me? You see how that might be a problem? So diabetics are probably going to have higher blood pressure, higher pressure inside because the arteries can't expand. So high blood pressure goes with diabetes. But those crystals are also super jagged. So anything that's floating by, like cholesterol cholesterol looks like pizza cheese in your arteries. I mean, legit looks like pizza cheese in your arteries. So you get these sharp, jagged things in the arteries, so that cholesterol floats by and it's going to get all bound up in those sharp, jagged things, right? Those sharp, jagged things are also going to shred cells as they float by. So now you got this big, gloopy, gloppy mess inside your arteries. And if we get injured, are we really going to be able to get good, healthy, healing blood to those areas with this big gloppy mess inside of our arteries? So diabetics have some very real problems. They can't regulate their blood pressure because their arteries are stiff. They can't regulate the nutrition into their cells because there's no insulin. We can't heal things very well because of the gloppy mess. And our fat cells can no longer store anything. So this allows all of this sugar just to circulate around and around and around. And those crystals are going to end up shredding things like the nerves in our eyes and our blood vessels in our eyes. So you may not be able to see very well. Or the very tiny blood vessels in our kidneys where filtration happens. So you end up with kidney disease and eye disease and neuropathy because these sugar crystals actually coat nerves, which cuts off communication. So it's a disease that wreaks a lot of havoc on our patients. And it all boils down to when we age, every single system in our body ages too. So we need to understand that. That's a 70-year-old pancreas. What are you asking it to do? Right? That's a 70-year-old brain. What are you asking it to do? That's 70-year-old skin. What are you asking it to do? So being very, very careful with older skin because it's fragile is probably a good thing, right? Understanding that muscles shrink over time because they're old and the nerve or the muscle fibers just kind of don't work anymore. They're not elastic, right? Think about your favorite pair of underwear. How long have you had it? And how much is the elastic relaxed in that time? Eventually, even though it may be your favorite pair of underwear, eventually you're going to have to get rid of it. Well, your muscles are kind of like that too. They're elastic, but as we age, that elastic tends to degrade and it doesn't work as well as it used to. So are you starting to see that as we age, every part of our body is going to be affected? Everything. They're not just older people. They're like a whole different alien breed. They're not like you because your body systems work. Theirs probably don't. Does that make sense? And it's good to kind of put that into perspective because if not, you start expecting your older patients to act like you. Well, they did when they were your age, but they're not any longer. Let me show you what this does to an artery. So this is an artery when you're born. This is a nice artery. I wish I had arteries like this again, right? It's nice and elastic. It's wide open. It can accommodate different blood flows. This is a nice artery. Doesn't stay like this very long. By the time we're in our 20s, maybe even teens, if we haven't treated it right, notice how the diameter has decreased just a little bit, right? It's a little bit smaller opening. If you measured it, you'd see it's a little bit smaller. So we're not getting quite as much blood flow in there. The walls are thicker, but you also got a little bit of buildup there. Little bit of buildup, not bad. I'd still like to have arteries like this, right? Not bad, but not what it was when we were born. once we get into our 30s or 40s, if we haven't paid attention to this, our arteries look more like this. Okay. Remember that cholesterol pizza cheese I was talking about? Yeah. Your arteries look more like that. Now, if you notice, you've reduced the amount of blood flow by probably about 25%. Yeah, that's in your 30s or 40s. Now, if you don't change your ways, by the time you get into your 60s and 70s, your arteries look more like this. Now, the one thing that you need to understand, let's talk about this little red guy here. When blood slows down or stops, it clots. Blood has to keep moving, has to. If it slows down or stops, it clots. This is a huge traffic jam, and that slows down blood. So what's it going to do? Clot. A clot in a artery that's feeding the heart is called a heart attack. A clot in an artery that feeds the brain is called a stroke. And that's what causes it. When the blood vessels get so gunked up that blood can't flow freely, anytime blood slows down or stops, it clots. And if it clots, it's probably going to block up so nothing else can get through. That causes heart attacks and strokes. Yes. So there's a lot of things that can affect blood pressure. This is just one of a book full of things that can affect blood pressure. This is probably the most common one. But if we've got a 17-year-old with high blood pressure, 70, okay.
The normal blood pressure, would it be like the arteries are blocked or they're like?
You said normal blood pressure? Oh, that means that they've probably taken pretty good care of themselves and their arteries are in good shape. Okay.
So that would indicate there would be not much buildup. Still some buildup.
Some buildup, yeah, but probably not much. Yeah. So okay, two things real quick. I want to talk to you about the effect of exercise on this. So somebody remind me about that. But let's talk about the other things that can affect blood pressure really quick. Your kidneys are going to have a huge impact on your blood pressure. Your hormone levels have a huge impact on blood pressure. And even things like your mood and attitude have a huge impact on blood pressure. So there's a lot of different things that are going on with your body that'll affect blood pressure. But it's also, how do I put this? There's also physiological effects, things, different organ systems that can, blood pressure is one of those things that can be affected by everything. So we can have a 70-year-old with good blood pressure. That's a good thing. We can have a 17-year-old with high blood pressure that may not have anything to do with a buildup in the arteries. It may have to do with the angiotensin-renin pathway from the kidneys. It may have to do with the pituitary gland in the brain. It could have to do with a hormone imbalance. So there's a lot of different things that can affect this. This is just one of a greater number, but it's probably the most common cause of high blood pressure. But exercise plays a part in this. And this is why I want to talk to you guys while you're still young. Okay. So you've probably eaten too many carbs in your lifetime. That's what makes stuff taste good, right? You've probably eaten too many carbs in your lifetime. So you probably have a few fat cells with some extra carbs laying around just in case we need it whenever, right? When you exercise, your cells need more sugar, more fuel. You drive your car a long distance, it needs more fuel. You exercise, your cells need more fuel. So that's a good way of getting those excess sugar molecules out of the storage units before they expire. So this is why everybody should do 15 to 20 minutes of cardiovascular exercise a day. It helps keep your storage units in pretty good shape. But it also does something else. It acts like a plumber. When you've got a drain in your house that's a little bit slow, you probably dump some liquid plumber in there, or you call a plumber and they put the snake in, right? But what we're trying to do is force stuff through to clean out the clog. That's what we're trying to do. When you exercise, when you get your heart rate up, you're forcing blood through that helps clean out clogs. And if you do it every day, stuff doesn't build up. So when you're talking about a 70-year-old with good blood pressure, that's what I mean by they've probably taken care of themselves. They've probably done cardio activity every day, some sort of, to try to keep those pipes clean, your arteries clean. That way you don't get that buildup. Good. You don't. Yeah, those fat cells are now there to stay, and they can't be used for anything else. So you end up with an excess buildup of unusable fat. That's a very individual thing. Yeah, there's no good answer to that. There are people that have heart attacks and their blood pressure is not affected at all. There's people that are in the middle of a heart attack and actually have low blood pressure because the heart isn't able to squeeze. Right? So it's possible to have low blood pressure with a heart attack. Usually why we have high blood pressure is because the brain realizes that something is going very, very wrong, and it tries to clamp down on the arteries, right? Constrict the arteries. That increases the pressure because we're trying to shuttle blood back to the core, all of our vital organs. So yeah, you can have high blood pressure with a heart attack. You can also have low, depending on what the patient is actually going through. But there are people that walk around with blood pressure 180 over 110. And yeah, and they're walking around fine. I mean, that's, you know, but yet if you had 180 over 110, it would be catastrophic. So that's a very individual thing. And remember, there's a lot of things that affect blood pressure. Yeah, enlarged hearts, for sure. Yeah, it's a very, very, very complex subject. I'm trying to really kind of condense it down to a 15-minute, you know, there are doctors that spend their entire career studying this. It's a very complex subject. I've just kind of barely glanced over it. The biggest thing I need you don't really need to know about blood pressure. I mean, other than normal values. What you do need to understand is that every part of that patient ages. Every part. And we've got to keep that in mind as we're working with older individuals, because it's going to affect how we deal with them. And if you're not aware of this, you're going to think they're just, you know, just like you, and they're not. They are not. I've always said that, you know, children and the elderly, they're like totally different species. Totally different. You can't apply what you know about normal adult, you know, middle-aged adults to the elderly or to pediatrics, because the rules change. They're different. They're totally different creatures. Okay. That's why I spend a lot of time talking about the elderly, because you have no frame of reference at this point. Not until you get there. And then you're going to go, oh, I get it now. But then it's, you know, too late. Good. Questions? So does anybody have any questions on chapter 4 that you answered and you don't understand why the right answer is the right answer? Anything that you want me to explain for you? No? No questions? Okay. So really quick, before we get into today's skills, I want to go to page 61. This is not something I'm going to cover in class, but I want to make you aware of it. So medical abbreviations are often used in medicine. And you do need to have some familiarity with them because you're going to hear them like in report. Hi. No problem, no problem. So you're going to hear medical abbreviations when you're talking with other healthcare workers in report, you know, when you're coming on shift and somebody else is going off. So we use them quite a bit. The test isn't about medical abbreviations. However, you may see a few on the test as part of the question. So you need to have a passing understanding of medical abbreviations. So if you go to page 62, there's a listing there, a whole page full. I know, and everybody goes, oh, I had to learn all of these. You need to do this kind of on your own. Okay, so sometime this weekend, I would take a look at this activity. If you fill out the sheet on page 63 using the information on page 62, it'll get you a pretty good understanding because now you're applying that. You'll learn it through applying it. But there's a couple things I need to tell you about medical terminology, or especially abbreviations. If you're trying to make sense of it in English, you're going to get confused. About half of the abbreviations we use are abbreviated Latin, not English. The other half are in English, which is what really messes people up. So HOB is head of bed. That's English, right? If I tell you HOB 45 degrees, that means I want the head of the bed up 45 degrees, halfway. Okay. That's English. We can make sense of that. NPO is nothing by mouth, which is not English. That nothing by mouth, NPO, that does not go together. How in the world do you get nothing by mouth out of NPO? Well, it's because it's Latin. NPO actually stands for nota per ora or nota per os, which is Latin for nothing by mouth. Now, people are like, wait a minute, what does Latin have to do with anything? I'm in America. So let me explain to you the history of this. Way, 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 way back, when medicine was first becoming a thing, back in the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, there was not we didn't have the internet. You guys know that, right? There was no internet. There wasn't a lot of international travel either, because we didn't have cars or planes. So if you had a researcher in Germany that was finding things out, they wanted to communicate that information to colleagues in France and Spain and England, but they all spoke different languages. Well, the one language that everybody learned in university was Latin. It was a common language that was spoken by everybody in science. So a lot of these abbreviations you're going to see are based in Latin because that is the language of science. It is easy to relay information back and forth if you're using one common language. Okay, so now it's English, right? We expect everybody to know English. We go traveling abroad and we get offended when they don't speak our language, right? We expect everybody to know English. And for the most part, the world has been okay with that. You travel anywhere, most people can speak a few words of English to communicate with you. So right now, English is kind of like the new Latin. But back in the day, it was Latin that was commonly spoken. So when you're looking at these abbreviations and you're trying to make sense of them, understand that that may not be abbreviated English. It could be Latin. And NPO is one of those. Another one are the Qs. QD is every day. Q stands for every. QH is every hour. QHS is every bedtime. What? QHS stands for hour of sleep, every hour of sleep. That's how they said bedtime. Okay. So when you understand that some of these are abbreviated Latin and some are abbreviated English, it'll start to make a little bit more sense to you. But there's one more I want to bring to your attention because this is one you will see a lot. And it's very confusing for students. BID, TID, and QID. Now, again, these are abbreviated Latin. B stands for bi. How many wheels does a bicycle have? 2. So B stands for bi. Bi means 2. So BID is 2 times a day. T stands for tri. How many wheels does a tricycle have?
3.
So TID means 3 times a day. Q stands for quad.
Well, it stood for effort.
Ah, there you go. So this is where it gets a little confusing. So the best way for me to understand this is when I say the word 2, what does it mean? If I say 2, what does it mean? So it means a number? Okay.
Or
But you also go to the store. And I'm giving you this pen too. Also. So 2 has a lot of meanings, doesn't it? Depends on how it's spelled and it depends on how it's used. So Q in medical abbreviations also is going to have several meanings depending on how it's spelled and how it's used. So Q, for the most part, means every, except for this one where it means quad, which is 4. So if that I, remember I is in a day. That's the best way to remember it. So if it's BID, it's 2 times in a day. TID is 3 times in a day. QID is 4 times in a day. If there's no I, if it's just QD, that means every day. Confusing, isn't it? Well, it's so confusing that most places are no longer allowing us to use QID. We will use the or we'll just put 4x day, 4 times a day, because it can get confusing. And that's how medical errors happen. So if you aren't 100% sure, what should you do? Ask. That's correct. Good? Questions? So along those lines, go to page 29. Again, this is not something we're going to really go over in class, but I want to bring it to your attention. So page 29 is on military time. Some of you know military time. Some of you are like, oh my gosh, I have to learn this. And the answer is yes, because healthcare operates 24 hours a day. It's not like a bank. If you were to work at a bank and I tell you to lock up the big vault at 5, you know I mean 5 p.m. because we aren't here at 5 a.m., right? It's pretty self-explanatory. But healthcare works 24 hours a day. You are there at 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. because you probably work 12-hour shifts. So, yeah. So we have to figure out a way of communicating time that has no ambiguity. And that's where military time comes in. But to me, military time makes way more sense than regular time. Way more. I want to know who was the idiot that said, okay, so we got 24 hours in a day, right? But we're only going to count to 12 and then we're going to start over. I mean, why did that make sense to anybody? Yeah, we're only going to count to 12 and then we're going to start over. So I'm sure somebody said, oh, you mean like daylight hours and nighttime hours? Is that how we're going to? No. So half of the 12 will be in night and half in day. And then the other half will be in day and then in night. It doesn't make any sense. Normal time makes 0 sense. And yet we use it every day and we're comfortable with it. Military time, way easier. We got 24 hours. We're going to use them all. We don't stop at 12 and start over. We just keep going. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. And then at 24, we start a new day, midnight, 0, 0, 0, 0. That makes sense. Whoever decided to start over, I just don't understand it. Don't get it. And it's not even like broken up in a way that makes sense. So military time, way easier, guys. Do the worksheet here and you'll get it down, no problem. Okay, good? Questions? Okay, so let's go to page 82. How do we know what to do with each patient? We're going to read the care plan. This care plan says provide hand and nail care to one hand. Patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. Yay. We can tell them what to do, they'll do it. Remember, for the test, your patient will be pleasant and cooperative. So that also means that you might find yourself the patient for this skill and somebody could be washing your hand. It's okay. But I want to bring to your attention that the care plan says one hand. What if the patient has two? We're only doing one. That's it. That's what our care plan says. Now, in a clinical setting, chances are you're probably going to do both. For the test, they only make us do one because they figure if they watch us soak a hand, wash a hand, rinse a hand, dry a hand, clean under the nails, file the rough edges, and apply some lotion, they don't need to see it on the other side. They know we got it down, right? This is a time-saving measure because where do those nurses want to be? At home in their pool, drinking their Mai Tais. They do not want to be watching you wash somebody's hands. Okay. So this skill really isn't about washing hands. It really isn't. It is about understanding washing rules, demonstrating that we understand all the mechanics of washing rules, which we're going to go over in a minute. It is about keeping nails filed regularly so we never have to clip them. If you file nails once or twice a week, they never grow long enough that you have to clip them. And CNAs aren't allowed to clip nails, which is why we do hand and nail care. It's also about keeping the nails free of gross stuff, right? Cleaning under the nails, getting anything out from under the nails that could potentially injure the patient if they scratch themselves. That's what this is about. It's not about how long do I have to wash for? That's not what this is. Okay. So in a clinical setting, if your patient has two hands and your care plan says to wash, do hand care on two hands, you can do it at the same time. There's no problem with that. You can do them one at a time if you want to. There's no problem with that either. However you want to do it is fine. But for the test, we're only going to do one because they figure if they see it, they don't need to see it on the other side. Good? This is not a hard skill. I mean, it really isn't. But we have to learn a few washing rules to understand how to do this. So go back to page 80 for me. And let's talk about washing rules. Now, so far we've learned, I think we've got 8 of these banners covered, right? So we know that we have to follow the care plan, the whole care plan in. Can we change care plan in any way? Okay, while we're doing the care plan, we should be watching for any abnormalities. And if we find them, what do we do with it? Report it to the nurse. Every skill starts with the opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. When you get supplies, you have to have a place to put them. So we're going to put a barrier on the table first. Absorbent side up, then we'll go get our supplies and put them on the barrier. If our patient's uncovered or undressed, we're going to use a privacy blanket that keeps them warm and protects their privacy. Remember, the blanket is there to protect them from you. Anytime that we put a privacy blanket on though, we're going to put it over the sheet and pull the sheet down under. When we're done, we'll pull the sheet over and take the blanket out from under. So the patient is always covered with something. Privacy blankets then just get put in dirty linen. We have to figure out when we're going to use gloves. So if we're going to touch or might touch anything ooey gooey, personal skin or non-intact skin, we need some gloves. If the answer is maybe to any of those, we need some gloves. But if the answer is no, then we don't need gloves, and we're going to wash our hands really good before, and we're going to wash our hands really good after, and that will remove any pathogens we came into contact with. But if we do wear gloves, we have to be super careful about what we're touching with those gloves before we use them on the patient. So the first thing your gloves should touch is the patient. And we want to be super careful about what those gloves touch after we've contaminated them. So we're not cross-contaminating in the environment. Remove your gloves correctly. Now, if we're going to use linens, we're not going to hold them up against our uniform. Why? Yeah, your uniform is not clean. So anything that we take, we have to use though. If we don't use it, what do we do with it? Dirty linen, that's right. Can anything touch the floor? Okay, so clean or dirty does not go on the floor. It's got to go in a bag or on a chucks or whatever, but nothing goes on the floor. Good? Questions? If we're going to turn a patient in the bed, where do they have to be at all times? In the middle of the bed. That's right. So if they're on their back, that's fine. If we have to put them on their side, we're going to scoot them toward us and then roll them away. So we remain behind their behind. Good. And then every skill ends the same way. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Your environment is clean. Here's your call light. Open the curtain, go wash my hands. If I need to document, I'll document after washing my hands. And then what do I have to do again? Wash my hands again. Now I'm probably going to go back and read that care plan one more time just to make sure I did it all right, because I can make a correction if I need to. Okay, so we already know like 8 of these things. So now we're going to learn one more. Washing rules. I'm going to sit while I talk to you about this. All right, Freddie, is that better? I'm sorry about that. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Freddie. I got smart. No, you're fine. I know, it's so loud. Not my favorite. pretty easy. Right? Pretty easy. All right, any questions on that one? No questions? I-
Like base, we have basement one,
Right. The way the drawers are set up, this is like what you would have at the testing center. Everything grooming is in the top drawer. So like stuff for mouth care, denture care, hair care, grooming, top drawer. Think grooming, top. Bathing, middle drawer. So basin, soap, lotion, bathing, middle. Toileting, bottom drawer. Toileting, bottom. So it's kind of set up like a human. Okay. You'll have a shelving unit like this as well that will have all the supplies on it too. Okay. So I had somebody email me yesterday and she wanted to stop by or, wanted to send us a thank you. She challenged the state exam last week and passed. She never took a class. She didn't enroll in the online program. She simply watched the videos and passed the test. And she's already employed as a CNA now. So how much further along are you guys going to be having me in front of you? Because she didn't have any of the lectures. She just watched the skills. Right? So you guys are getting a ton more information than she even had, and she was able to pass. So don't sweat the test, guys. The test is going to be easy for you. Okay? It's not hard. As long as you understand why certain steps are important. Okay, good. Well, the good news is we only have one principle left to learn. We're done with the rest of them. So now on the first day when I showed you all those, your eyes got all big. You're like, I have to memorize all of that? But it's not hard. All right, so let's go ahead and take a break, come back at 11, and we'll get into a couple other skills. Testing. Do you guys remember learning how to drive? Hi, you're fine. Come on in. Do you guys remember learning how to drive? Drive. Okay. So before you learn how to drive, you probably just kind of pay attention to the person in the driver's seat and you figure 2 pedals, a steering wheel, and a radio. How hard can this be, right? It looks easy until you actually get behind the wheel and you realize, oh my gosh, there's a whole lot more going on here than I thought about, that I understood. And it's a little bit more complex. So you have to take some time to actually learn it. You need to practice before you go take your test. You actually have to be behind the wheel getting some practice. Otherwise, you're not going to pass the test, right? Okay. So CNA is a lot like that, right? You're sitting over there watching me do these skills. And to you, you're like, how hard can this be? Until you actually get up to practice. And then you're going to realize, oh my gosh, wait, there's a whole lot more going on here than I thought. She made it look way too easy. I'm all over the place here. It doesn't look as smooth as it did when she did it. First of all, I want you to remember, I have got 30 years experience at this. I can't make it look hard. I just can't. I can do this stuff literally in my sleep. In fact, right now I'm napping. Okay. So it's not going to look that smooth when you first try. You will make mistakes. You will. It's not that you might, you will. And that's okay. That's part of the learning process. But if you don't make those mistakes, you won't know how to, how to fix it or how to avoid those mistakes in the future. Making mistakes is part of the learning process. Good example, right? I just told you we just got all this technology and I'm still learning how to use it. Well, class 2, I hit the infrared button. That's why it's black and white. I had no idea what I did wrong. I talked to my tech guy. He said, did you hit the infrared button? I never even thought to look at it, right? You make mistakes, but that's how you learn. That's how you learn. But if you're not practicing, where will you be making the mistakes? Yeah, on the patient, but before you get to the patient, on the test. The test is the one place you really don't want to be making mistakes, right? So you've got to put some practice time in before you get to the test. Otherwise, you may not be successful on the test. And then you make sure you practice, because after the test, you're going to have to do this on real people. And we want to make sure you're doing it correctly. Does that make sense? So practice really is key here. And it's really, really easy to sit over there and think, oh, that looks easy. I've got that. I don't need to practice it. Yes, you do. You do. Because remember, I make this stuff look easy. It's not as easy as I make it look. Okay. You're gonna get mixed up and stutter all over yourself and forget to close the privacy curtain and forget to tell the patient who you are and what you are, and forget to wash your hands. You're going to forget all kinds of stuff because you're focusing on the steps. The only way to get you from focusing on the steps to focusing on the patient is to make the steps go on autopilot. So those of you who do drive, have you ever driven somewhere recently and realized you didn't pay attention the whole trip? I mean, you just kind of showed up where you ended up and you don't have any memory of the actual drive. So how do you go from having to focus super, super hard on every single step of the drive to being able to drive a multi-thousand-pound killing machine with no awareness. Yeah, just practice. Yeah, routine. That's the one thing I can't do for you. I can show you, I can tell you, I can give you books and videos. We can discuss it all day long. The one thing I cannot do for you is practice. So you have this room available to you on Mondays and Wednesdays until 4 p.m. So if you want to stay in practice, you're more than welcome to do that. We'll also have some built-in practice time as we go through the program. First 2 weeks, you don't get any practice time. You don't have enough under your belt yet to practice. But starting next week, we'll have a little bit of practice time at the end of each class. Like Monday, we should have about 15 minutes. I'm hoping. We've got a lot of skills we still have to make up for, because I had to take off last week. But you should have about 15 minutes on Monday. On Wednesday, you should have about 30 minutes. The next Monday, you should have about 45 minutes to an hour of practice. So you're going to get a little bit more practice time with each class as we move forward. But remember, you have this room available up until 4. Now, after you graduate, because guys, we're only 2 weeks away from graduation. That's it. After you graduate, you'll be able to come back in here and practice on Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 until 4. It's on the back of your ID badge. It says practice room. So from 1:30 until 4. And that's going to be important for you before you go test. You need to come in and practice, but please make sure you're in uniform and you have your ID badge on so that we know that you belong. And please, there's that stop sign there. It'll tell you how I want the room when you leave. So just make sure that wet linens have been kind of, not balled up somewhere where they mildew, and the mannequin's in a gown, and everything looks kind of nice and neat. But once you graduate, I don't let you in until 1:30. And that's because my current class, the one that will be starting after you guys graduate, they'll be here till 1. And I don't want them to feel uncomfortable with a whole bunch of people lined up outside waiting to get in. It just makes them feel rushed, especially when you're brand new. It's the first week, right? It just makes them feel a little funny. So I don't let you guys in until 1:30. But you probably want to make friends with other people in here, because the mannequin will only go so far. You really need a person to practice a lot of these skills on, like the one we're about to learn, respirations. In order to practice that, you need somebody who's actively breathing, and that's not her. If it is, please let me know. Okay, that's not good. So you need a real person. So make friends, start a Facebook group, whatever you got to do to coordinate, but try to find somebody to come in and practice with. Does that sound good? Makes sense? But you do need to be practicing somewhere. Okay. All right, so let's go to page 37. So the care plan at the top of this page, this is measure and record respirations. Respiration is a big fancy word for breathing. So we're just going to count somebody's breaths. That's it. In and out counts as 1. So that's 1, 2, 3. People don't breathe that exaggerated though. Breathing is going to be easy, quiet, even, going to be hard to pick up. It's not really audible. If you can hear somebody breathe, that's something you probably should be reporting to the nurse, because breathing really should be kind of quiet. If they're gurgling or they're labored, you need to let the nurse know. But in and out is going to count as 1. Just remember, it's 1 cycle. So it doesn't matter whether you start on an inhale or an exhale. Nobody cares. You're going to count it anyway, because the whole in and out counts as 1. Okay, good. Make sense? Okay, so this care plan says patient will be lying in bed for the skill. Count the patient's respirations for 1 full minute. and record your readings. So can I take a shortcut here? This is just like pulse. Most of the time, we're not going to count for 1 full minute. Ain't nobody got time for that. Most of the time, we'll count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get our minute reading. Most of the time, that's perfectly okay, but not for this patient. For this one right here, for whatever reason, we don't need to know why, the nurse wants a full minute count. So we're going to give her a full minute count. Okay. Now, if you remember with pulse, I told you that the brain interprets stimuli in a very specific order. It's what we see, then what we hear, then what we feel, right? Well, this one we're seeing, so that's good. That's top of the list. We're going to watch the tummy go up and down for respiration. So we're where we need to be. We're at the top of the list. The problem is that if that clock is loud, it may distract you. So make sure that you're aware of that. Make sure you're paying attention to the right thing, the breathing. Normal is between 12 and 20. That's normal. It doesn't mean everybody falls in that range. It just means that that's normal. Anything below 12, what do we do with it? Anything over 20, report it. So you guys have that concept down. It's not a hard skill. You're just going to count the breathing. But there's a couple problems with this skill that aren't as obvious as you would think. Okay. Can I get, I'm going to, cameraman, just kind of turn that around so it's facing this bed for me, please. Beautiful. Okay, so I need a volunteer, somebody to come lay in this bed. All you got to do is breathe, take a nap. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to show you some of the problems with this skill first, okay? We're going to count her respirations, and usually if they're laying down, you can see the tummy go up and down. That's the best place to see respirations when the patient's laying. When somebody is sitting, you want to watch the shoulders and the upper chest move up and down. But this is kind of a hard thing to see. You kind of have to train your brain to look for this. But, you know, we're going to watch the tummy go up and down. But here's a problem. Ready? Go. How comfortable are you? Yeah, I know. She's like, what are you doing? If you just stand over somebody and stare at them without touching them, it's creepy. I mean, it's really high on the creep meter, especially if it looks like you're looking at their chest. That's really high on the creep meter. So we don't want to do that. When we're taking respirations, we want the patient to think that we're counting their pulse. Now, the other reason for this is if I tell her I'm counting her breathing, now she's aware of her breathing, and that's going to alter her breathing. So I'm not going to get an accurate result. So when we're doing this skill, we want to tell the patient I'm taking your vital signs, not respirations. And we want it to look like we're taking the pulse. That keeps their focus off of their breathing, gives us an accurate reading, but it also makes the patient feel more comfortable because this is creepy. This is clinical. Isn't that funny? But it helps your patient become more comfortable with what you're doing. And it'll help them relax and breathe appropriately so you get an accurate reading. But there's something else that you can do to make this easy on the test. So can I have you put your arms at your sides for me? Okay, so over there, see if you can see her tummy go up and down. Can you guys see the tummy go up and down? It's really hard to see. I mean, she's barely breathing. Really hard to see. But just give that a second and take a look at it. Do you guys see it move? She's a slow breather, but you can see it move up and down. I did not alter her breathing. What I did was alter your ability to see it. I use psychology because our eyes are drawn to movement when it's a contrasting color. This is what kept us safe in caveman days with saber-toothed tigers running loose, right? If it's movement and it's a different color, it's going to get your attention. And that's what we're doing here. You can use this on the test. You can put an alcohol pad on their tummy for the test. Perfectly okay. No problem with that at all. In fact, the evaluators would probably be happy about that because now they can stand over there against the wall and still see the tummy going up and down and count. So they can judge your accuracy without having to be close to you. They don't want to be close to you because they know it's going to make you nervous, but it also kind of makes it feel more test-y. If they can be as far away from you as possible, but still watch what you're doing, you'll relax a little bit more. And it's a little bit better indication of how you're going to do in a clinical setting. So good. So let me explain to you why we use this. You can put anything on their tummy as long as it's contrasting color. There's no problem with that. But the reason that we're using this is because it's mystical, magical, and medical. People are used to seeing alcohol pads in medicine. And they are less likely to ask you what you're going to do with that. They just figure it's alcohol pad, you use it in medicine, you must need it for something. They're less likely to ask. And if they do ask, what is that for? You can just say, oh, I'm just going to leave that there for a second. I'll use it in a minute. And they'll go, okay. I don't know why, but for some reason, this patients will accept. If I put a piece of paper on there, they will ask me nonstop that what is that there? What are you doing? Why is that there? Why are you using it? It's just like weird, foreign to them. They will ask a million questions, but an alcohol pad, they'll go, okay. I don't know. It's psychology, but we'll use it. And then when we're all done with it, at the end of the scale, we'll take it and throw it away because they're cheap. We can throw them away. Okay, good. Questions? Yes, you're going to stay there. And we're going to do this skill together. So I'm going to do the opening. And this is my second skill. So I'm just going to simulate hand washing. Okay. Just like for the test, the evaluator told me I could simulate. So I'm going to do my opening. I'm going to simulate hand washing. I'm going to put an alcohol pad on her tummy. And I'm going to pick a starting point on the clock. And I'm going to say start out loud. And I'm going to count the respirations that I see over that minute. So remember, in and out counts as 1. And I'm going to count how many times she breathes. And at the end of the minute, I'll say stop. Now, all of you guys are the evaluators. So when I say start, I want you to count the respirations that you see. Okay. So those of you that are having trouble seeing, you may want to either stand over here or you can come over here. But you're going to want to count along with me and then write down the number that you get so you don't have to remember it. And then when I'm all done and I document, I'll tell you what I got and we'll see how close you guys are. You can be off by 2 breaths in either direction and still be accurate. So let's say I get 16. If you get 14, 15, 16, 17, or 18, you're accurate. Okay, good. Everybody ready? Here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. I have clean hands. I'm just going to leave that there for a minute. And this is going to take me about a minute. I'll need you to remain quiet during that time, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? All right, everybody ready? Good. Ready, set, start. Stop. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a magazine? Let me go see what I can find for you. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just let me know. Press the red button. I'm going to open the curtain. My environment is clean. I've washed my hands. I'm going to get my documentation form. For the test, they will give this to you before you start your skill. So put it in a place that you can reach it easily. And then I'm going to write down my reading, sign it if indicated. Think about my skill. I'm sorry, wash my hands again. I have clean hands. Think about my skill. I'll probably want to read that care plan one more time to make sure I did it correctly. And tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you very much. I got 9. Okay, 10 is good. 10 is good. What'd you get? 12? Okay. So here's something about this skill that I probably shouldn't tell you. So let's keep it quiet. You can pass this skill even if you're way off on the number. They're not grading your accuracy as much as your technique. This skill, although accuracy does count, is not as critical as, because they know if you're doing it right and you got the wrong number, you just need practice. If you're doing it wrong, no amount of practice is ever going to help you. Right? Because you're doing it wrong every time you practice. So accuracy is going to count more than technique on this skill. So if you did it all correct, if you did your opening, if you did not tell the patient you were counting their respirations, if you made the patient think you were taking their pulse, if you counted for 1 full minute, and you washed your hands and documented and washed your hands again, doesn't matter what number you get, you will still pass. Okay. Well, the good news is if you look on page 17 of your book, now we've seen this page before the first week. So look on that page and see if you can find how many care plans have respirations on them. Keep looking. There are 4. Do you guys see that? Respirations is on 4 out of the 11 care plan sets. It is the most common skill that we have, followed closely by pulse. So chances are you will probably get either pulse or respirations on the state exam. You may not, you may get feeding instead or drainage bag instead, but respirations is the most common skill on the state exam. No, you do 1 set of 3. These are the care plan sets. So you're going to get one of these clipboards that has 3 skills on it. Okay. Good. Questions? No, you actually breathe very shallow. So as a nurse, I would want to know that. And the reason is, so she breathes, so here's a nursing mind for you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a peek into what a nurse thinks about all this. So she breathes very shallow. You really kind of had to look close to see her tongue. a lot of you, if I put you in bed, man, we'd be able to see you moving, you know, you breathe deeper. It's a little bit easier to see. She breathes very, very shallow. As a nurse, I'd want to know that, because if she's had surgery and we've intubated her, she's going to have a lot of extra secretions in her lungs. I'm concerned about that. And because she's breathing shallow, she's not really opening up all of those alveoli. And if she's had surgery, she's probably laying for quite some time, which means the secretions are going to kind of fall to the back and they're, you know, nothing's going to really be open. So she is at risk for pneumonia after surgery because she doesn't breathe very deep. So I might have on my care plan that I want my patient in an upright position at least twice a day. I want you to encourage her to breathe deep. So every time you go in, I want you to have her take 2 good deep breaths for me. That opens up the chest cavity, the alveoli, helps with gas exchange, gets those secretions moving around, and we might actually be able to prevent an infection in her that she did not come in with. So remember, as a nurse, I have to look at real problems and potential problems. So you telling me something that's so basic, so minor, yeah, she doesn't really move a whole lot when she breathes. Her breathing is really shallow. You may not even think to tell the nurse that, you know, but are you seeing that that might actually be important? Okay. So every observation, no matter how minor you think it is, should be relayed to the nurse. Does that make sense? A lot of people get kind of hung up on this. Well, I don't want to be running to the nurse all the time. Won't they be annoyed? You know, they're not going to like me if I'm telling them everything all the time. If that's the case, you probably need to get a new nurse, because that is not a good nurse. I need you guys to be my eyes and ears, not my brain. I don't want you to figure out what's important and what's not. Just report it all. Let me figure out what's important. Okay. If you've got a nurse who gets annoyed with you, you need a new nurse. Yeah, I know. We need new nurses out there. And that's good. That's good. You need to. Because if not, things are getting missed. Yep. So does that make sense? Everybody good with that? Everybody good? All right, so let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. Go back to page 37. I forgot to tell you this. You can see the documentation form there in the second column. This is what the documentation form would look like on the state exam. But if you keep your finger there and go back to page 120, you can see bigger care plans or documentation forms. You can print these off and play with them. This is what they'll look like for the test, but they won't have the stuff at the bottom, you know, under the clipboard. That's just for you. Okay. Now, page 36 talks about documentation principles. I'm not going to go over this in class. I want you to read this on your own this weekend. So you might want to put a star on this page. This is something I want you to read this weekend. And now we can go to page 98. How do we know what to do with each patient? So our care plan at the top of the page says position the resident on his left side. Patient requires support to remain on his side and is unable to assist with turning. Unable to assist with turning. It does not say he's immobile. It does not say he is paralyzed. It does not say he is comatose. It does not say anything other than he can't turn on his side. Don't make him worse than he is. Sometimes our brains have a tendency to read these care plans and turn them into 90-year-old invalids. So let's talk about that real quick. This is usually something I get into next week, but let's talk, since you brought it up, let's talk about that. Go to page 76. We'll come back to 98 in a minute, but let's talk about this. So care plans can take on a lot of different forms. In here, we're kind of being very generic with the term care plan. It's actually a little bit more specialized depending on where you work. So I want to go through this with you. If you're working in long-term care where the patient lives, so assisted living or nursing homes where the patient lives, you may not ever see the care plan. What you would see is a report sheet. Okay, so you're getting information from the person that's going off shift that's telling you what to do with the patients you're inheriting from them. Okay, so these are called report sheets, and a lot of times they're pre-printed. And they would look something like what you see at the bottom of page 76. So it'll tell you, how old they are, are they male, female, that kind of stuff. They'll tell you what room they're in. And then it tells you what you have to do with each one. Do they go to the bathroom on their own? Do they use a bedpan? Do they use a bedside commode? That type of thing. So this is a report sheet. You got one there? Okay, so let me, yeah, every facility is going to use something a little bit different. But let me explain to you why the one on page 76 is written the way it is. Before I do that, though, I want to talk about other settings. So hold real quick. So that's long-term care where the patient lives. Now, in assisted living, this is important to understand. The amount of work you do with each patient does not necessarily mean it's nursing care. So the things that we've learned how to do, ADLs, bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, the things you do for yourself every day, that is not nursing care. That is personal care, things you do for yourself. Hand and nail care, that's personal care, not nursing care. Changing a bed, that's personal care, not nursing care. Nursing care are things that are done by a nurse or delegated to you by a nurse, right? So that's nursing. Vital signs, that's nursing care, different from personal care. You need to understand there is a difference there. You can have a patient who requires all ADLs for them, total care. They can't get up out of bed. They have to be fed. They have to be turned every 2 hours. Their linens have to be changed. They have to be bathed in bed. They're incontinent. They need incontinent care, total care. But that's all still personal care. The amount of work you do with each patient is not indicative of the kind of care you're giving. Do you understand the difference there? Now, the reason that's important is because personal care is what we do in assisted living. Personal care, bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding. You may be doing a lot of it, but it's all still personal care. It's when we need nursing involvement that the patients need to be in a nursing environment. So some assisted living facilities have a nursing license that allows them to do basic nursing care like vital signs, oxygen, wound care, medications, that type of thing. Okay. But most of the time, these people, if they're going to need a lot of nursing care, they're going to be in a nursing home. So you can expect your report sheet for assisted living to be a little different than your report sheet for a nursing home, because nursing home is going to have more nursing tasks. Does that make sense? You guys understand the difference there? Home care is usually mostly personal care. Hospitals, totally different breed. Okay. In a hospital, so let me go back. Assisted living facility, they live there, but it's personal care. Nursing homes, they live there, more nursing type care. Hospitals, they don't live there. Even if they wanted to, they can't live there because we're kicking them out. Short-term stay, we need that bed for other people. Churn and burn. Okay, they don't live there, which means it's a constant rotation. So their care plans are going to look completely different. Completely different. Less personal care, more nursing. So in assisted living, you may have a pre-printed form because patients don't change. It's all personal care. They never change. You know, it's all the same. Henry is Henry is Henry is Henry. You're doing the same thing with Henry every day. We can print that out. Nursing homes, they may be printed as well, or you may have to write it in. But the patients rarely change. Henry is Henry, but Henry has a lot of medical concerns, so Henry may change a little bit. Hospitals, Henry is not the same next hour that he was right now. So forms are not printed. You're going to have to write them all out. Okay. So a care plan may be a little bit more important for you to be able to access in a hospital where things change frequently than it would be in an assisted living where all you're doing is personal care. So you may not actually see the care plan in a lot of long-term care settings, but you're still going to get report. So let's say that I am the nurse going off, or the CNA going off shift, and you are coming on shift. So I'm going to give you information about the patients that you're inheriting from me. And you're going to take notes, or you're going to get a pre-printed form like this. It already has it all written out. But as CNAs, there's 5 things we need to know about every one of our patients. Remember, we do mostly personal care. We also help the nurse with some nursing things, but that would be under special. Most of what we do is personal care. So there's 5 things you need to know on every patient you deal with. Now, it doesn't matter whether they're in assisted living or nursing homes or hospitals or rehabs or mental health or anywhere else. There's 5 things you need to know about every patient as a CNA. And we call it TEAMS report. That's easy to remember. TEAMS. Takes a team. TEAMS report. The first thing I need to know about any patient I'm going to take care of is how do they toilet, because I know they're going to have to go, probably in the middle of shift report. Okay. How do they go? I need to know. I don't want to have to stop and look it up in a computer somewhere when somebody rings a call light and says, I got to go. I don't have time for that. I need to know, how do they go? Do they go to the bathroom on their own? Oh, we like those. We don't want to be involved. Maybe they need to go to the bathroom with assist. Maybe they can't make it all the way to the bathroom. We use a bedside commode. Maybe they use a bedside commode but need a little help. Maybe they're incontinent. Maybe they use a bedpan. Maybe they have a catheter. I need to know. I mean, there's a lot of variation there. I need to know what I'm working with here. So the first thing I need to know about every single one of my patients is, how do they toilet? T is for toileting. So let's go to E, because remember, it's TEAMS. Let's go to E. How do they eat? Because that's the next thing on the list. Everybody's going to get hungry on my shift. I know it. So how do they eat? Do they go to the dining room? Do they eat in their room? Do I have to feed them, or do they do it themselves? Do I have to cut their meat and open their milk, or are they independent? Do they have a special diet I need to be aware of? Because I don't want to be handing out Fritos if they're on a low salt diet. Do they need their liquids thickened? Yep. Are they NPO? What does NPO mean? Nothing by mouth. So I need to know a little bit about their eating, because that's going to come up during this shift. So 2 things I know for a fact I will have to address on every single one of my patients is the first 2 things on my list: toileting and eating. Then I'm going to worry about the rest of the ADLs. Dressing, bathing, grooming, that type of thing. You know, what do I need to do with them? And then I want to look at mobility. Now, mobility has its own separate category because it's usually pretty important. If somebody is on bed rest, you don't want to make the mistake of getting them out of bed. If somebody has to use a mechanical lift, that means that they can't support their own weight. We don't want to be transferring them manually because that's going to be a problem. Right? So mobility has its own special category. So are they on bed rest? Do they need to be sitting in a chair a certain amount of times? Do they need a 1-person or 2-person assist? Do they need to walk around the nurse's station twice every shift? What is their mobility? And then S is for special. That's anything else that wasn't covered. These are the nursing tasks. If you do this, when you take report, and you can implement this, just because your facility doesn't use it doesn't mean you can't use this, right? You're allowed to use this. So when you're taking report from somebody and they're telling you, okay, room 215B, you want it toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, special. And if you get into the habit of using this, remember that's everything a CNA needs to know right out of the box. If you get in the habit of using this, you'll never miss anything about your patient. You have all the information you need. Have you guys ever played the game telephone in school? You know, where I tell you something and then you tell her and it works its way around the room. What happens when it gets over here? Oh, it's completely different. So if you're getting report from him, right? You're going to give me report because you did your shift. You're giving me information, but you got your information from him and he got his information from him and he got his information from him. And can you see how that might mess things up somewhere in there? But if we're all using the same reporting system, TEAMS, things are less likely to get changed. Does that make sense? So normally I talk about that a little bit later in the program, but since you brought it up, you know, you've never seen a care plan. You may not see a care plan. It actually may be in the form of report for long-term care. In acute care, it's going to be a little bit more important because things change. But care plans are available for you to look at. But something I need you to understand about care plans is they're not just for you. We've focused on care plans for CNAs, but that care plan is actually way bigger than CNAs. It's going to cover labs, X-ray, diagnostic imaging, surgeries, treatments, dietary, physical therapy, social services, discharge planning. Man, this care plan can be a 60-page book. And you're just trying to find out, do they brush their own teeth or not? So it can be a lot of information to try to get through. And that's where report becomes a little bit more condensed. Good. Does that help answer your questions? It's important to understand the difference. And I know I just kind of went over this quickly, but it is important to understand the difference between personal care and nursing care. Especially if you're working in an ALF, assisted living facility. People get that confused all the time. They think, oh my gosh, I've got 10 total care patients. These people are not appropriate for assisted living. Well, are you doing anything nursing on them? Because if you're not doing anything nursing on them, yeah, they're appropriate. Assisted living means that we're assisting them with personal care. So if you're bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, turning, changing linens, that's all personal care. Yeah, they can be full, complete care and still be appropriate for assisted living as long as we're not doing anything nursing. So that gets a little confusing. Okay, the amount of care is not equivalent to the type of care. And I know it kind of stinks because when you're working assisted living, you know, you can get 10 total care and you're like, this isn't what I signed up for, you know, but that's the legal definition. They don't need to be in a nursing home unless they're receiving nursing services. And routine medications are not nursing services. Routine medications. How many of you guys have ever had to take a routine medication? Antibiotics, blood pressure medicine, whatever. Did you have to go to a nursing home to get your medication? No, it's not a nursing, a basic daily maintenance medication is not a nursing service. If it's something you can do at home, it is not a nursing service. People get that confused too. Now, if I'm giving you a medication that has to be monitored, oh, now that's a nursing service. If I have to assess you before I give you the medication now, that's a nursing service. This is why you're not supposed to give PRNs at an assisted living, because that requires a judgment, an assessment. That's a nursing service. Boy, this gets really deep and complex, doesn't it? Right?
But if it's regular stuff, then it'd be okay. Or not even that.
Not even that. Okay, CNAs do not give medications unless they've taken a 6-hour class that teaches them how to read the order, give the medication without cross-contamination, and document that it was given. It's a 6-hour class. And you're not learning about meds. You're not learning about Lasix and Cardizem and, Flagyl and all the medications that we give. What you're learning is how you read an order, how you dispense that medication without cross-contamination, and how to document that the medication was given. That's what you're learning in that 6-hour class. So do CNAs give routine medications? No. Do CNAs that have taken the class to give routine medications give routine medications? Yes. But only because you've taken the class. You're not doing it as a CNA. Does that help? Okay. And that's why we can do it, because routine daily medications that don't require judgment are not a nursing service. We still have to teach you how to read an order. You'd be surprised, those little pesky decimals, man, they'll mess you up. Get that in the wrong place and it's a bad day for your patient. All right, so let's go back to page 99. But yeah, if you are working already and you are not, or I'm sorry, 98, and you are taking report and you don't have a system that you're using, start using that Teams report. It'll make sure that you do not miss anything. Toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility special. It covers everything you need to know. And man, it makes reports so quick. I actually implemented this in a nursing home that I was working at many years ago, because the CNAs were just kind of given report however. And I, started working with them. Try this for a little bit. Report went from an average of 22 to 25 minutes down to 12. So remember, the people that are leaving, they want to go home. They've done their shift. They want out, right? You want to get report done quickly. Do you remember we talked on Monday about how just 2 extra minutes with your patients can cost you your break? You guys remember that, right? Well, if you're spending 22 minutes in report, that's a whole lot of time you could be using to get a jump start on the care that you're giving. And that allows you to take your break when you're supposed to. So anytime that we can help streamline our process, save ourselves time, that allows us to work more efficiently and maybe get our breaks like we're supposed to. So it will help. It'll cut down, and the people that are off going, man, they love it. And they can just go right down, tell you everything you need to know about your patient, and they are out the door going home. You will be their new best friend. Yeah, it is. It really is. It is a time saver. Yep. So you can absolutely implement that. All right. So page 98, since I've talked a lot about other stuff, let's go over this care plan one more time. Position the resident on his left side. Patient requires support to remain on his side and is unable to assist with turning. Remember, this is not an immobile patient. They just can't roll. So think, if you need to picture a patient that had open abdominal surgery, like we cut them all the way down, they can't flip, right? There's nothing there connected to help them flip. They need help turning. Okay, makes sense? But they can scoot towards you. They can move. They just can't roll. Good. Don't turn this into an invalid. That's not what you can't, I mean, you can do this on an invalid, but make this a little easier for yourself on testing. Don't go worst case scenario here. All right. So you already know 90% of this skill. I haven't even started teaching it to you. You know 90% of this skill. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and all right, there you go. So we're going to turn this patient on his left side, and we're going to use some pillows to keep him in that position. We know what to do. We have to decide if we need gloves. We'll get there in a minute. We're going to use supplies, so we're going to get a barrier first. We have to do our opening. Our opening starts with a knock, right? Anytime our patient's uncovered or undressed, we need a privacy blanket. And at the end of this, we're going to do our closing. Okay, so there's, oh, I'm sorry, one more. We're not going to hold anything up against our uniform because our uniform is not clean. All right, you know everything you need to know about this skill. I've already taught you the principles. So what I'm going to teach you now is how to physically do the skill. But you know all the steps that you need to know already. Now, when you're turning somebody, remember they have to remain in the middle of the bed after the turn. So we're going to scoot them toward us. And for the test, we can ask them, can you scoot toward us? And then we're going to roll them. But if you just try to like put your hand on their shoulder and one over here, and you just try to kind of turn them, it's going to be hard because it's a whole long body and a lot of weight distribution. So there's a way to position a patient so that when you go to turn them, they turn like that. Easy. No stress on them or you. So let me show you how to do that. All right, I need a volunteer, somebody to come lay in bed. I'm going to make you super comfortable. The most comfortable you've ever been. You'll want to take a nap. You know, it's all, every class is the same. There's always one designated patient. I don't know why that is, but it doesn't matter whether I have 2 people in the class or 20. Tracy is our designated patient. All right, so, okay, it's framed good. All right, so here we go. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to turn you onto your left side. Is that okay? All right, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. Take this away. Okay. So I've washed my hands. I have clean hands. So the first thing I'm going to get is a barrier because I have to get supplies and I need a place to put those supplies. So we'll start here. Because I need pillows to hold him in that position. So that means that I'm going to go get 3 pillows and I have to have a place to put those pillows. I probably could just lay him on the bed. There's nothing wrong with that, but I'm going to turn him. And if I'm turning him, he'll probably knock those pillows onto the floor. And remember, nothing can touch the floor. Now, once I've touched him though, this is another thing. Once I've touched him, so some of you are going to think, okay, well, I don't want to use the barrier. So let me turn him on his side and then go get my pillows. Once I've touched him, are my hands clean? Can I touch clean supplies? So I can't do that either. So that's why we're going to use a barrier. So we're going to put the barrier on the table. And then I'm going to go get 3 pillows and a privacy blanket. So here's my privacy blanket and my 3 pillows. Notice I'm not bringing them up against my uniform. I'm not carrying them like this. You want to hold them out. If you have to get 1 pillow at a time, then do that. Okay. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm going to lay this blanket over you. This is This will help keep you warm and protect your privacy while we do this, okay? So I'm just going to unfold. Remember, we don't shake or snap, just unfold. Can you hold that in place for me? And I'm going to pull the sheet down. I just want to get that sheet out of the way because when I turn him, I don't want him all like wound up in the sheet. Okay, just relax for me. Now let's talk about Tracy for a sec. Tracy, right? All right. So let's talk about Tracy for a second. He is fully clothed. Like for real, right? He's fully clothed. He is also holding on to all of his own body fluids like a champ. I'm not going to touch any personal skin, any non-intact skin, or any body fluids. Do I need gloves? No. If he were stuck in bed and incontinent, would I need gloves? If he had a huge incision that I might be coming close to, would I need gloves? But for the test, your patient doesn't have any of that and they're fully clothed. For the test, you do not have to wear gloves. Guys, take the gift they're giving you. Okay, this is way easier to do without gloves. Then wear some gloves. Yeah, there's a possibility that the person that you're doing this on may have psoriasis. And if if you're looking at visible skin and you can see something, then wear some gloves for sure. But remember that I told you for the test, they're going to partner you up with somebody else. That's one of the things that they're looking at. If your partner has visible skin issues, they're probably not going to be picked for hand and nail care, foot care, this. You may have them for feeding. That's a possibility. Respirations, that's a possibility, but they wouldn't pick them for hands-on, close personal contact skills. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'm just going to move this out of the way just so you guys can see. So my care plan told me to turn the patient onto his left side. You got to pay attention there because when you're facing the patient, your left and their left are different. So pay attention. That is his left over there. So I'm going to turn him away from me over there, toward that side. But remember, I always turn a patient away, never toward me. So I'm going to stand on this side of the bed and turn the patient that way. But before I do that, I want him to scoot toward me so that after the turn, he's in the middle of the bed. So Mr. Jones, can you scoot your whole body closer to me, please? Thank you. Now I'm going to do all the work from here. I want to position him to make the turn as easy as possible. I can actually turn somebody 3 times my body size using this technique with no stress on either of us. 3 times my body size. So the first thing I'm going to do is take this furthest arm. We're going to bend at the elbow and we're going to put it up over his head like that. Closest arm is going to bend at the elbow and cross the chest like that. If I were to turn him on his right side, he would look like this. Farthest arm up, closest arm over the chest. Now, the closest knee is going to be bent with a foot placed on the bed, like that. The furthest knee is going to be bent and angled out, like that. Now, if he were immobile, I said he's not, but if he were immobile, this leg would sag. Do you notice he's already half on his side and I haven't had to push? So proper positioning definitely helps. So what I'm going to do is put one hand on the shoulder, one on the hip, and on the count of 3, I'm going to roll him over onto his side gently. He's already halfway there. If I use too much force, I'm rolling him right off the bed. I want to maintain a wide base of support, so my feet should be about shoulder width apart. I'm going to bend at the knees, not at the hips, and I'm going to brace my legs against the bed for torque. So one hand under the shoulder, one under the hip, and a gentle turn. Good. He did not help me turn. That's how easy that is once you get them properly positioned. Yeah, no stress on the patient at all. So unfortunately, gravity being what it is on planet Earth, gravity is going to try to pull him back onto his back. I don't want that to happen. I've got to use some pillows to keep him in this position. So I'm going to take this pillow, lay it up against the back, kind of like a ski slope. Okay. And I want to tuck this edge of the pillow underneath the patient right here. But his body is in the way. So I've got to push it down and then under. So this is an L shape, down and then under. So when I do that, I'm going to push down and then under. I'm going to do the same thing with this edge. I'm going to roll it up and then push it down and under. Now, his uniform top is actually getting tucked under, so I'm just going to hold that out of the way as I tuck. And that creates a roll. This roll should be pretty tight. You should feel that pressure against your back. Okay. This pillow is going to go between the legs, but specifically between the knees and the ankles. I don't want those bony areas rubbing together. So I'm going to just remove the blanket a little bit. And I'm going to lift that top leg up and position the pillow between the knees and the ankles. Good so far? Now, if you notice the whole way, I'm moving the blanket so it doesn't get all tangled up in these pillows. Now this pillow, see, this is where a top-down camera would come in really handy. Next week, hopefully. Okay, so if you look at this arm, see how it kind of drops down? That puts a lot of pressure along his upper back and into his neck. That can cause muscle spasms, headaches, tension. We want to get him a little more comfortable. So I'm going to lift this arm up and put the pillow underneath to get that arm in a neutral position. Good. Okay, now the pillow that his head is on is actually under that bottom shoulder. That scrunches it up. So I'm going to lift his head and position the pillow under the head and neck, not the shoulder. And I'm going to tuck that bottom arm under the pillow. So I'm going to lift your head up, reposition, and put that one under the pillow. Good. Pretty comfy, isn't it? Okay. Now that I've got all of those pillows positioned, I've asked him if he's comfortable. I'm going to pull the sheet up and remove that blanket, rolling it up in a ball. We'll put that in dirty linen. And I always like to leave my patient looking better than I found him. So I'm just going to straighten the sheet up. This is going to be thrown away. Here we recycle, so that's away. Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
You can get the lights.
Oh, absolutely. I will be happy to do that. And we're still going to ask, would you like a magazine? Doesn't make any sense, I know. But we're still going to ask. I think you're, yeah, there we go. This is one of the skills that the call light has to be put in the hand. I can't just lay it on the bed. This has to go in the hand at the end of the skill. So, Mr. Jones, there's the call light. If you need anything at all, let me know, okay? I'm going to open the curtain. My environment's clean. I've washed my hands. And I want to read that care plan one more time. The care plan says position the resident on his left side. Did I do that? Use pillows to keep him there. Did I do that? Okay. So I'm happy with my performance. I'm going to tell the evaluator my skill is done. But let me show you something. He's not going to like this. Let me take these pillows away real quick. Don't move. Watch how much work this back pillow does. Just relax for me. See how much work that does? This is the hard pillow to place. You really have to get it tucked underneath the back for it to do a good job. during the test, if you don't get it tucked underneath, it'll pop out. Don't ignore it. They see it. You need to get a nice roll under the back. This is something you have to practice. It's not as easy as I make it look. Okay, thank you. I know he's like, I was comfortable. So do you guys see that you already know like 90% of that skill? It's learning how the hands and legs go and then how the pillows are positioned. That's what you have to learn. The rest of it you already know. Hope everybody's windows are up. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we talked about that on Monday, the draw sheet. And you can use a draw sheet to move the patient towards you. You can also move them in segments. The draw sheet. Yeah. So, and if you watch the video for this, the video has top down camera angles. So you'll be able to see what I did there. I like doing that one live though, because I want you to be able to see the skill itself, but watch the video to see different angles. Okay. All right. Any questions on supported side lying position? No? All right. So a couple things I want to go through with you. Go to page 94 for me. And we've touched on this a little bit, but I want to talk about it just a little bit more. Remember that side rails cannot be used for safety. They don't really keep the patient safe. Keeping the bed in low position, answering the call lights promptly. Why would that be important? Answering call lights promptly. Okay, it could be an emergency. The other problem is, let's say that I'll pick on you. Let's say that I've got you in a hospital bed in a hospital and you just had surgery and you're not safe to walk on your own because you're still a little groggy from anesthesia. Maybe you had your leg worked on or something like that, and you're just not safe to be out walking by yourself. So as a CNA, I tell you, hey, listen, I don't want you to fall. We don't want any complications. Just call me when you need to get up and go to the bathroom and I'll help you. Now, you're a good patient. You try really hard to be a good patient. So you have to pee, you hit the call light and you wait and you wait and you wait and nobody comes. You hit the call light again and that doesn't do anything. It's still ringing, but you wait and nobody comes. And now it's an emergency and you've really got to go. You're probably going to get up and go because you're an adult and you are not going to wet your bed because somebody told you don't get up. You're going to take your chances. You're going to get up and you're going to go to the bathroom because you're an adult, and that's a dignity issue. Dignity issues are really big. Now, if I put those side rails up because you dared to get out of bed and defy me, so now I'm going to put the side rails up to remind you not to get up, and you have to pee and you hit the call light and nobody comes. You really think those side rails are going to stop you? What are you going to do? Over them, under them, around them, or through them. But you're getting out of that bed. Did I really make it safer for you? Oh, I made it way more dangerous because when you try to avoid those side rails, you're going to end up injuring yourself. Side rails do not help with safety. Answering call lights promptly does. Walking the patient frequently does, because it helps improve their circulation, improve their muscle strength and endurance, improve their balance. But also asking the patient frequently, hey, do you need to go while I'm in here? That can help. But do not go to side rails as your default position for safety because they don't do what you think it's going to do. Does that make sense? That is a huge concept on the state exam because you would be surprised how many people out there think that they have the right to put side rails up to keep patients in bed because it's bedtime. You need to be sleeping. That's not your call to make. I don't care what you think the patient should be doing right now. The patient gets to do what they want to do right now, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. I am a night owl. I don't like her. I don't know why I schedule these things for 9 a.m. I mean, it's for you guys, but I am not a morning person. I am a night owl. It is not uncommon for me to be working at my computer at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, you try to come in my office and tell me at 2 o'clock in the morning that I have to go to bed. Good luck. Good luck. You think I'm going to automatically change when I'm 80 and decide that, you know, oh, I think I'm a early bedtime person now. No, I am going to be the person that's up at 2 a.m. when I'm 80 years old. And you're going to be the CNA that wants to throttle me because I'm not in bed and it's bedtime. Not your call to make. It's not how I'm wired. And my gosh, do not get me up at 5 a.m. We are going to have a problem. Because by the time I get to retirement, man, I want to be able to sleep in. I have worked all my life to be able to sleep in. You come in at 5 a.m. because you've got a schedule and you want to get me up at 5 a.m. I've worked all my life to get to this point. Don't try to get me up just because you want me up. Now, my husband, on the other hand, he is an early morning riser. He is up at 5 a.m., whether it's Saturday or Tuesday, doesn't matter. He is an early, I don't know how in the world we are married. He is an early riser, and he will probably be an early riser all of his life. So he'll be, you know, up at 5 a.m., no problem. But remember that your patients out there all have preferences and different biological clocks and ways that they do things. Don't just assume that the way that you want it done is the way that they're going to do it. And don't use side rails to enforce your will on somebody else. That's the real reason that side rails are used the most. And it's unfortunate. The only time you're allowed to use side rails is if there is a doctor's order for side rails. And that doctor has to, there's a whole lot of legal stuff they have to go through to order that. But let me explain to you why. Anybody ever hear of false imprisonment? What does false imprisonment mean? Okay, so interfering with somebody's right of freedom of movement. Okay, that is what false imprisonment is. So if I tie you to the chair, that's false imprisonment. If I lock the door with all of you in, that's false imprisonment. I'm interfering with your right of freedom of movement. Sound fair? Okay. So there's only 3 people that are allowed legally to do that. And 2 of those are temporary. So physicians, doctors can write an order for side rails because side rails restrict a patient's ability to move about freely. They are, by very definition, restraints. Okay, so a doctor can write an order for that. A cop can put handcuffs on you and restrain you. Those 2 are temporary. If you get arrested, who do you have to see who's going to decide whether you remain incarcerated or not? Who? The judge. That's right. So doctors and cops can only interfere with your right of freedom of movement temporarily, but it always ends with a judge on both of those. Now, we're familiar with the cop situation. We have to go in front of the judge. But if I want to restrain you indefinitely, it has to go before a judge. They have to deem you incompetent and a danger to yourself or others. So physicians, doctors, and cops can only do this temporarily, and they've got to prove that they've got a really good reason for doing it. Like a cop can't just pull you over and put handcuffs on you for no reason. They have to have a reason, right? A doctor can't order restraints without a reason. They have to have a reason, and it has to be documented. But even still, it's temporary. In order to make it permanent, it has to go in front of a judge. You guys see there's a legal principle here? That's pretty cool, isn't it? It's cool for you because somebody is looking out for your rights. Otherwise, I could just lock the door and leave you guys in here indefinitely. What's that? Oh my gosh, really? Wow. Oh, that's scary. Well, in that case, I'd be okay being locked in. Not against my will. Please lock the door and show me where the back exit is because I'm going out that way. Yeah, it's scary. Yeah. So do you guys understand side rails a little bit better now? So the only time we can use them is when we have a doctor's order, and that's only temporary. If it's long-term, it has to go in front of a judge because we're interfering with a God-given right. No, an actual judge, like a real judge. Yeah, what they do is have the patient declared incompetent, unable to reason, and a danger to themselves or others. Yeah, that's how serious that is. I mean, there's a whole process that has to be gone through. That's a serious thing. Now, the problem is that before 1996, there were no rights. So if you went to a hospital before 1996, they could tie you to a bed anytime they wanted to, and there were no legal consequences at all. None. Oh, I don't like you. I'm going to tie you to the bed. I mean, it was like the Wild West. That's horrible. We can't have that, right? So in 1996, actually, I'm sorry, let me back up. Sorry, got my dates wrong. In 1977, they enacted the Patient Bill of Rights, the Residents' Bill of Rights. 1996, they strengthened it, but it was actually enacted in 1977. But can you imagine? Like nursing homes were bad for this, really bad. Back in the day, actually before 96, this was when 96 strengthened it. Back before 96, if you were put into a nursing home, people couldn't just come in and visit you. They had to make an appointment to visit you. And if you weren't being actively visited, they probably had you tied up in a room somewhere. Yes. Yeah. Now, and you know, of course, we don't want visitors coming and seeing that. So they restricted visiting. And what ended up happening was a senator had his mom in a nursing home and couldn't visit her, you know, was restricted from visiting her, and actually broke in and saw what was happening. And that's when nursing home reform became a thing. It was okay as long as it's not being done to a senator's mom. So that's why we have the rules that we have. And, you know, thank God for them, because that's not our place. We need to be helping. So medicine has changed a lot in the last 50 years. It's changed a lot. But a lot of the old fallacies still exist. So what a lot of people did to get away with this, and this still happens today, is they would say, oh, well, the patient wants the side rails up. Patient feels more secure with side rails up. Really? Are you sure? Or are you talking them into it because you don't want to deal with the patient? There was a lot of manipulation happening there because I could talk you into side rails. I could absolutely talk you into side rails. And a lot of you probably thought side rails were used for safety before you came to class. A lot of patients may think that too because they've been told that, but that's in reality not how it is.
So if it comes to a patient from
Okay. So this is the one time, I'm glad you brought that up. This is the one time that side rails are allowed. And that's what we call the roller coaster principle. That's what we call it, the roller coaster principle, because we are actively moving the patient in a bed. And these beds are heavy and not very maneuverable. Anybody ever go to IKEA and try to wheel one of their carts around? It has a mind of its own. It's 4-wheel drive. Well, these beds are very similar. So if we're trying to move a patient in a bed, a big heavy bed, we need the side rails up to keep arms and legs inside the moving vehicle at all times, right? We call it the roller coaster principle. So as long as the bed is moving, yes, you should have side rails up to help prevent injury. But even still, chances are they're going to get something caught between that side rail and a wall that you're inevitably going to bump into. So be really, really careful when you're moving patients. But yeah, it's the only time that you can have side rails up legally without a doctor's order. Go by your facility policy, but I'm going to tell you, you should never, ever, ever, ever be in that situation because that means you did not scoot the patient toward you before you rolled them. Remember that if you get the patient over towards you on the side of the bed, when you roll them, where should they be? In the middle of the bed. So if you're afraid that they're going to fall off, that means after the roll, they're not in the middle, and that's on you. We don't need a side rail to correct that. What we need is better technique. Make sense? Okay. But go by your facility policy. Read your facility policy on side rails. When you go to work anywhere, pick a place, you will go through orientation. You will be paired up with another CNA who's going to precept you and show you the ropes. One of the very first things you should do is ask, where is the policy and procedure manual? And you should be reading policies on things that you know are going to come up. Side rail use. How do I call in sick? You know it's going to happen. You need to know what the process is. How are we giving bed baths here? What's the procedure? Things you know you're going to be doing, you should be reading those policies and procedures. All right, so let's go to page 106. So we kind of went over this a few minutes ago when we talked about the Teams report. There's lots of different ways for people to toilet. Ideally, they take care of it themselves. They have to go, they get up, they go. We're not involved. That's ideal. Doesn't always work that way. Sometimes they'll need some help. That might be toileting ad lib with assist. Ad lib means just whenever they want. With assist. Assist means you help them. They may need a bedside commode with or without assist. They may need a bedpan. They may have a catheter. They may be incontinent. There's a lot of different ways to go here. But if the patient needs a bedpan, that's always last on the list. I mean, we try everything else first. And that's because using a bedpan is psychologically restrictive. You were trained from the time that you were this tall, don't pee in the bed. Don't pee in the bed. Don't pee in the bed. And certainly don't poop in the bed. That is no good. Just because you're in a hospital or a medical setting does not mean your brain is going to let you pee in the bed. Even with a plastic pan under you, your brain is going to resist this. It's psychologically resistant to this skill. So you can put a bedpan under somebody, give them 10, 15 minutes, and they're like, I can't go. Don't get mad at them. Their brain is working really well. That's a good thing. Try again. You can turn the water on in the room. That does help, the sound of water. You might put warm water on the inside of their wrists. That does help. Put their hand in warm water. That helps. You can give them privacy. So if the roommate can leave the room, this is a good time to take them for a walk. Get them out of the way. Privacy is a big thing. But you may just have to try a couple of times before the patient's able to go because it's psychologically restrictive. Does that make sense? They're also uncomfortable. There is nothing comfortable about a bedpan. Nothing. And then when you realize how much it sloshes, that's even worse. So bedpans are used for urination for females and defecation for both sexes. Urination for males, they generally use a urinal. It kind of looks like a milk jug. So males will usually use a urinal for urination, but they will use bedpans for bowel movements. But if you read the care plan at the top, page 106, it says the resident has requested a bedpan. The resident is not wearing undergarments and is able to wipe self. The resident is able to move as directed. Now this is, I want to take this step by step because it's important. All right. So this care plan tells us that the patient is not wearing undergarments. If you look at the bottom of the page, you can see that this is a live patient skill. That means you might be a patient for this skill, and now you're freaking out because I'm telling you that you're not wearing undergarments. For the test, this is a live patient skill, but it is simulated. You will remain fully clothed. You're not really going to pee in the bedpan. Please do not. You will remain fully clothed. They will put a patient gown on over your clothing. The reason this care plan says they're not wearing undergarments is because they don't want somebody to try to pull your pants off during the test. It also says that you're able to clean yourself because they don't want anybody in your no-no square during the test. So that's why the care plan says what it says. But I'm going to tell you, in a clinical setting, you're probably going to have to help the patient get ready for the bedpan, and you're probably going to have to help clean them up after, because it's very hard to clean appropriately while you're sitting on a bedpan. That's because bedpans are only about this far away from your undercarriage. Not much space. Let's talk about bedpans for a second. Let's say we have a patient here, and we put a bedpan under their bottom. What does it do to their bottom? What does that do? Yeah, how many of you ladies can pee uphill? It's physics, guys. How many of you can have a bowel movement uphill? I mean, there has to be pushing involved here. Uphill is not ideal. So when you put a bedpan under the patient, the most important step, single most important step, is putting the head of the bed up so they're in a normal elimination position. This is the step that will fail you on the test. Has nothing to do with the bedpan. It has to do with the head of the bed. Because if they're in this position, they cannot go. Or if they do, man, it is a mess. It's going to run right up their back into their hair. It's a whole thing. You'll only forget it once, I guarantee. So put the bedpan under, put the head of the bed up so they can go. For the test, we're just going to step on the other side of the curtain and wait. You don't have any other patients. There's nowhere for you to go for the test.
Does it matter which one we do first?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Yes, that the order, that's very important. But for the test, I want you to remember you only have one patient. There's nowhere for you to go. You're going to stay in the room, just go on the other side of the curtain. But in a clinical setting, you don't want to be there. They don't want you there. People don't go in front of an audience. So wash your hands, go take care of somebody else. Come back when the call light goes off. Okay. When you're done, you're going to put the head of the bed down and take the bedpan out because you can't take it out from somebody that's sitting on it. So head of the bed down, take the bedpan out. But with all of the movement of the head of the bed, whatever's in there is going to slosh. So what's something that we could put on the bed that might be absorbent and protective? A Chucks. So remember, clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Remember that? So we're going to take a Chucks, roll it toward us because it's clean. Have the patient lift their hips, unroll the Chucks, put the bedpan on top of the Chucks, and then we can put the head of the bed up. When they're done, put the head of the bed down, and we're going to take the Chucks and the bedpan out together because you cannot carry an open container of urine through a room. It's an infection control problem. It's also a privacy issue. Nobody needs to see what's in there. Okay, so we're going to wrap the Chucks around the bedpan to take it to the bathroom and then empty it. Where does it go? Toilet, where it normally goes. We'll rinse it, dry it, and store it just like we do every other basin. Good? Nope. For the test, the only thing we do is rinse, dry, and store. In a clinical setting, your care plan will probably tell you to disinfect. Mine always do. I don't want a rinsed bedpan put back in a drawer. I'd rather have it disinfected. Because remember, those drawers are warm, dark. You're putting a bedpan away that you probably didn't dry completely, so now we got moist. Yeah, we already know there's bacteria there if it's not disinfected, so it's a good practice to disinfect them. But for the test, nope, rinse, dry, store. Not a hard skill. Before you walk on the other side of the curtain, though, you need to give the patient toilet paper and call light because they have to be able to let you know when they're done. So make sure that they have the toilet paper because the care plan says that they can clean themselves. But after you're all done, you probably want to give them a hand wipe because we know where their hands have been. And we don't want them hitting that call light and telling us about it later. So give them a hand wipe at the end of this skill to wash their hands with. Questions? Anytime a patient's uncovered or undressed, we need you can use the sheet for this. You could just leave the patient covered with a sheet, but chances are it's probably going to get wet. You know, it's also hard to position the bedpan under the patient with the sheet in the way. Blankets are much more removable because they're not attached to the bed. Good. Questions on this one? It's a pretty easy skill, actually. It's a long skill. If you look at the bottom of the page, how long does it tell you somebody with your level of experience should be able to do the skill in? Yeah, that's a long time. The video that I'm going to show you, I think takes 4 or 5. It's not very long at all. But I want to talk to you about gloves. We definitely need gloves for this because ooey gooey, gross, right? We need gloves. But we have to figure out when we're going to put them on and when we're going to take them off. And this skill is actually going to require 2 sets of gloves, and I'll explain why. So I need to put a Chucks under the patient, and the care plan clearly says they're not wearing undergarments. So I'm going to be touching bathing suit skin, personal skin. So I know I need gloves right off the bat. So I'll get my Chucks ready. I'll put my gloves on. I'm going to put the bed or the Chucks under the patient. And I probably now have butt juice on my gloves. Okay. I'm going to put the bedpan under the patient. So I know my gloves are contaminated. They've been under a bare bottom here. Do I want to touch the head of the bed controller with butt juice gloves? So I need to take those gloves off. Now, after the patient uses the bedpan and I go back in, I've got to take that bedpan out. Again, I'm going to be touching ooey gooey, right? So I know I need gloves. I'm going to get a second set of gloves and put them on right before I take the bedpan out. So this skill is going to require 2 sets of gloves, but it's because we're going to put the head of the bed up And we don't want to touch the controller with butt juice gloves. Does that make sense? You won't forget it because of the way I just told you. Okay, you're going to be thinking butt juice from now on. Anytime that you're doing a bedpan, butt juice. All right. Any questions so far? I'm going to show you the video for this one because it's got good close-ups and it demonstrates it in a way that's easier to see. This one I had to get really creative with camera angles. Can you pan that back around a little more to the center, please? A little bit more. Yep, that's good. Thank you. Yeah, I can't wait to get that follow me thing. That's going to be pretty cool. All right, any questions? No? All right, one more skill. This is a quick one, and then we're done for today. Go to page 53. Okay, so this care plan at the top, page 53 says provide the following range of motion exercise to the resident's left shoulder, flexion, extension, and abduction, adduction. Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise. The resident is not able to help with the exercises. So before you get all stressed out about these big words, let me explain this to you step by step. First of all, I need to explain to you that there's a difference between active range of motion and passive range of motion. Active means the patient's doing the work. We're just telling them what to do and making sure they're doing it fine. So if I asked all of you to stand up really quickly and extend your left arm above your head like you're asking a question. Get it nice and straight. Get that elbow. Oh, are you okay? Oh my gosh, I need to do right arm, I guess. Bring it back down. All right, go ahead and have a seat. That was active range of motion. I told you what to do, but you actually did the work, and I just made sure you were doing it correctly. That's active range of motion. That is not what we're doing here. This is passive range of motion. This means that we're going to do the work on the patient, but we still have to tell them what we're doing. We can't just grab a body part and start moving it. We got to tell them. So education's a big part of this, telling them what we're doing. There are 3 different exercises that CNAs can do. There's flexion, extension, what you guys just did. I told you to extend your arm above your head like you were asking a question, and then bring it back down. Extension, flexion. You just did that one. Abduction, adduction is a side-to-side motion. So when you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that. That's bad. But when you abduct an extremity, you take it away from its family. And when you adduct, you bring it back. So 2 halves of one exercise. So flexion, extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. They work different muscle groups. Even though the hand ends up in the same place, whether it's here or here, it works different muscle groups. And then CNAs can also do rotation. Now, rotation isn't a round motion, but it's not what you would think in a shoulder. So most people, when you think of a round motion of a shoulder, you probably think of a pitcher windup, something like this, right? But that's actually not a good rotation movement. If you can, try not to knock somebody else out, but if you can hold one arm out, palm up to your side, and then just turn that palm all the way around so it's palm up backwards. Do that a couple times and feel what that does inside your shoulder. Do you feel? Yeah, Bob. Yeah. Rice Krispies, snap, crackle, pop. That is a rotation motion that actually gets into that shoulder. This does not. So when you're doing rotation, it's more of a, on an arm or a leg, it's more like rolling cookie dough. Okay, good. Makes sense. Now, we're not going to do all exercises on all joints. We're only going to do the joints indicated, the exercises indicated, and the repetitions indicated. So we're going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan, right? Told you guys to be singing along eventually. So hold on. The penguins are starting to come out. Cold in here. Okay. So when we're doing range of motion here, we want to follow that care plan exactly. So we're going to look at what body part do they want us to exercise? What exercises are we doing? But there's a fallacy here that I need to correct with most of you. CNAs are not doing exercises to make anything better. And that's usually where what we think, right? Because we're in medicine. Medicine makes people better. That must be why we're doing this, but it's not. We have a whole department of people that do exercises to make things better. Anybody know what that department is? Physical therapy. That's not us. Physical therapists have to have a doctorate degree. That's 10 to 12 years of education to learn how to do exercises to make things better. How long are we here? That's not us. Not us. Physical therapy assistants have to go to school for 2 years to learn how to follow a care plan and do exercises to make people better. How long are we here? Not us. So if we're not doing exercises to make somebody better, then why the heck are we doing the exercises? Makes no sense. So in order to understand this, I need to tell you about Frank. Frank is a man in his 70s. His wife passed away a couple of years ago. He's a widower. And he and his brother Ralph go out and play tennis every Tuesday, and they're highly competitive on the tennis court. So if you think 72 is old, you're wrong. This guy is active. He is competitive. And on this day, on the tennis court, he hit a ball so hard that something in his shoulder went click. And he dropped his racket, and off to the ER they go. ER doc says, good news, bad news. The bad news is you tore your rotator cuff on your right arm, and you're probably right-handed, right? And he says, yes. He says, that's bad news. But the good news is the surgeon has an opening tomorrow and can fix you right up. Good as new. Frank says, well, sign me up. I can't go home like this. So he has surgery. 2 days later, the discharge planner comes in and says, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. We need to find a place for you. You're going to need some help. You can't drive right now, but you need physical therapy. You probably are going to need help with bathing, dressing, grooming, buttoning your buttons, zipping your zippers, that type of thing. And somebody's going to have to cook for you because you can't cook right now. Do you have anyone at home that can do all this stuff? He says, no, my wife passed away. My brother still works. I'm alone. She says, what about a rehab? Rehab has physical therapy right there. Just walk down the hallway. They'll get you in twice a day, get you hooked up, good as new. And they got pretty girls there that can help you with all that other stuff. And he says, sign me up. So here he is in our facility. Now, as the nurse, when he comes in, I'm going to do a head to toe assessment. I'm going to figure out all his real problems and all of his potential problems. And I'm going to assign you guys to do things. I'm going to ask you to help him with bathing and dressing. I'm going to ask you to help him with grooming. And I'm going to ask you to help open his milk and cut up his meat for him for feeding. So we've got our care plan. And at the end of 6 weeks, physical therapy's done a fantastic job on that right arm. It now moves in all different directions. The incision healed beautifully. Everything is good to go. But in that 6 weeks, he's had you guys doing everything else. What is that left arm done? What happens to extremities when they aren't moved very much? So they lock up. That's actually called a frozen shoulder. The muscles are going to decrease in size. So at the end of 6 weeks, we fixed his right arm, but we broke his left. Did we really help him? No, he's actually leaving in the same condition he came in, just reversed. That did not help him at all. We actually made him worse. We didn't do our job. So let's rewind back to the day he came into the facility. And I've got you helping him with bathing and grooming, or bathing and dressing. I've got you helping him with grooming, and I've got you helping him with feeding. And I'm going to ask you to do range of motion exercises on the left shoulder. Physical therapy is working on the right. That's their focus. We're going to do exercises on the left shoulder to prevent degradation while they're undergoing other treatment. We're just trying to keep what he's got. We aren't trying to make it better. We're trying to keep it from getting worse during treatment. So do you guys understand a little bit better about what your role is for exercises now? We are not trying to get anything better. So we don't use terms like no pain, no gain. That's not us. In fact, if the patient has any pain at all, if they wince, grimace, get stiff, whatever, we stop. The next one goes below the level of the pain. So if we get to here and get ow, the next one's going to go below the ow. And then what are we going to do when we hear an ow? Tell the nurse. Yeah, absolutely. So you guys understand our role here? We are just trying to keep what they've got, whatever that is, whatever that is. It may not be a full range of motion, but we're trying to keep them at their current level. So now that you understand why we're doing this, our care plan is telling us to work on the left shoulder, flexion extension, which we learned was up and down, abduction, adduction, which we learned was side to side. We're watching for pain. We're looking for any signs of pain, and we're not going to go past the pain. And we're going to do 3 repetitions. We want to make sure we tell the patient every step of the way what we're doing. Good? Questions? All right, so let me show you this one. So Tracy, can you move that camera back over to this bed, please? A little bit more. That's good. Thank you. And now I need a volunteer. This is super quick, 2 minutes. 2-minute skill. Thank you.
It's your turn now.
Thank you. Yes, laying down, please. All right, here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands and I'll be right back. I have clean hands. All right, Miss Jones, I'm going to do all the work here. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay? The first thing I'm going to do is lift your arm up and bring it up above your head like you're asking a question, and then we'll come back down to the bed and we're going to do this 3 times. Now, when you lift the arm, you want to support at both joints. You don't just want to grab it and do something like this, right? We want to support at both joints. So when and I know my hands are cold, I'm sorry. So I'm going to lift the arm. I'm going to support at the elbow and the wrist. We're going to go all the way up and then all the way back down. Feel okay? Yeah. Any pain? Nope. We're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. That's 2. 1 more. All the way up and all the way back down. Good. Now I'm going to bring your arm out to the side and back in like you're making a snow angel. We'll do this 3 times. Let me know if there's any pain. So we're going to go out to the side and back in. There's 1. We always move slow and smooth and return to start. So we're going to go up and back in. That's 2. 1 more. Up and back in. That's 3. Good? Yep. Are you comfortable? Yes. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A magazine. Do you want Tennis Weekly or? Okay, here's your call light. If you need anything at all, just let me know. Open the curtain. My environment is clean. Wash my hands. Read the care plan again to make sure I did it correctly. So let's review real quick. Did I work on the left shoulder? Did I do flexion extension, abduction, adduction, 3 times each? Did I monitor for pain? And did I tell the patient what I was doing? Did I do my opening and my closing? Okay, I'm not done with my closing yet. I've washed my hands, but I don't need to make any corrections. So now I can say my skill is done. Thank you. Good? Well, that's an easy one, isn't it? Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, if I got to pick my skills, range of motion would be. We're going to learn 2 other range of motions. As we go through the program, we have to learn range of motion of the hip, knee, and ankle, and range of motion of the elbow and wrist. But it's all the same. Just look at what exercises are we doing, how many repetitions, and what body part. So range of motions are the easiest skills we do, I think. As long as you understand why you're doing it. That's the big thing. All right, so let me give you your review sheet for today. Yes, I do. Sure. Uh, yeah, I gave the wrong one out on Monday to some of you. So who needs the one from Monday? Okay. Can you pass that one down? Whoops. Okay, who else? Okay. I have to print one more. Sorry. And then this is the one from today. Now, we did not get to foot care yet. So keep that in mind. No. All right, so over the weekend, you have 2 chapters to do. You have chapter 5, which is on dementia. Please pay attention to that chapter. It's super important. You will have a lot of dementia patients throughout your career. And you'll have chapter 6. Chapter 6 is a, just, I have to find the 3. So give me a second to get you yours. Chapter 6 is on skills. We're learning skills in class. Don't read the skills, but there's paragraphs in between the skills. Those you need to read. All right, but the skills themselves, I'm teaching you different than what your book is teaching you. So whenever there's a discrepancy, who do you listen to? Me. Yeah, the white book. So don't worry about the skills, but you do need to read the paragraphs in between. Okay. Have a great weekend. Try to do something fun. It's not all school. And I will see you on Monday. Yeah, we're going to get to that on Monday. We still have plenty of time, but unfortunately I ran out of time today. But you can do this on your own. About 3 weeks from the time that you register until you get your test date. Yes. Yes, you could. Yep, you can register before graduation. Sorry about that. Give me just a second. Oh, nice.
I haven't been kayaking in forever.
That is nice. You know, I've lived here.
See you later.
I grew up in Citrus. Bye-bye.
Have a
Grew up
good
in
day.
Citrus County. I've lived here for over 20 years. I've never been on the Weeki Wachee River.
I'll go with you watching. There's too many travelers.
Yeah. Where do you go?
I go usually Three Sisters and Crystal
Yep.
River.
I've been there a lot. Chaz too. Chaz
Yes.
lived there, yeah.
I try to avoid people.
Bye-bye.
I haven't been in probably almost a year. I have an $800 kayak.
Wow.
I got a big one, big 12-foot, because you know my son rides in front of me because
Mhm.
he's only 5. So
There you go.
thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Have a great day.
Yes.
Enjoy the kayak.
Yes, I will this weekend. I have to stay because I took a CNA course 5 years ago at Irwin. Teacher awful.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But like I remember a lot of it, but we used your videos
Oh, okay.
for the class.
Yep.
But I just I didn't go through with it because I just
Didn't feel confident.
didn't feel confident in the way the teacher like
Oh.
did everything. But
Are you
It's-
finding it better this time around?
yes,
Oh,
a lot
good.
better.
Oh, good.
But it's like you go into like depth about like
The-
explaining
Ye-
things and like why we do it and
Yeah.
everything like that.
The why behind the skill is so important. If you don't understand the why, you won't remember the steps because there's nothing to tether it to.
And she never mentioned anything about a care plan. Never.
Oh my gosh.
And I want to say this was like an 8 or a 10-week course.
Wow.
And there was like nothing ever about a care plan. We never had like a workbook. We had something online we like would work on. But
Oh, it's like the care plan is the basis for everything the CNA does. And well, if you look in Hartman's book, there's only one place a care plan is mentioned, one paragraph in chapter 1, and that's it. There's nowhere else in the
Mhm.
book does it mention it. And that's why I started this. That's why I'm so active online and we're, being used in so many schools. And I forgot about this. Hold on one second. That's why we're